Good morning or afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the channel. I'm Adam Wolf, and this is Final Fantasy XIV, Friday 2, according to Huffman. How are we doing today? I hope everybody's weekend has been good. Mine's been very productive. Been recording stuff and editing a lot. Still got more to edit. But I think the amount of content coming out this week is going to be very enjoyable for most people. Let's get that up and out of the way. There we go. Good enough. All right. We're going to pick up right where we left off on Friday, where we are going to be starting a new dungeon. We're going to be looking for the treasure of Al-Zadal. There we go. Couldn't remember the name. Take a look and see if we can actually find it. So let's begin. Al-Zadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we'll find. Not yet until we find it, eh? So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. I think I'm going to go in with a NPC party on this one. Just because... why not? Get to see the whole thing. I love low-stakes treasure hunting as an adventure. Why does everything always have to be escalation or world-ending warping stakes? Why can't we get more treasure hunts? The party of other players, NPCs. Well, since Estinian... since he's here...
Right then.
Let's, I mean, he was here before. You know, before everybody else. Insufficient item level? Me? No. No way, dude. But this is like the gear they gave me. Wow. I've never been an insufficient item level before. Yeah, he was here first. You know, I love Ishtola. But... dude, I'm an insufficient item level? How? This is gear that they gave me. Wow. Item level and attributes sync to current job level. Advanced melding forbidden. Where's the item level? It's not showing the item level. Oh, wait, I'm looking in the wrong spot. Okay, 560. And I need to be 600 for this? Wow. That's kind of crazy that I'm not the right item level. So that would mean I would need to go, because this was months after the expansion, they expected you to grind for higher gear, Adam. It only goes up from here. So let's grind then. We don't have that many quests to go through, so, you know. 14 main scenario quests. Not a whole lot of quests left. I mean, we just unlocked the 4th quest, or this is the 4th quest. After that, we've got 6 more. Let's grind some levels, or grind some gear, I should say. Not even some levels. Here we go. I mean, I'm gonna assume this would be the one. 6 more this patch. This is a long patch. I mean, they're all like that. They're all at least 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1, 2, 3. So technically 6.5 is 10, but it's broken up into 6 and 3. So this is the longest set of quests in the post patch, but everything else is like 9 quests long. So can I go in to the dead ends with a party from here, or do I have to actually like go there? I think I'd have to go there, right? Where is the dead ends? What is that? That's not the dead ends, is it? That was like somewhere else completely. There's the Tower of Zot. There's the Tower of Zot, okay. Dead ends, dungeon location. I'd like to go in with a NPC party so that way I can just grind the gear that I need. It's not showing. Well, because don't you have to go physically to the entrance to choose an NPC party, or is that not how this works? Yeah, it would just it's just gonna find people. I would like to just go through with an NPC party because it'd be a lot easier, because then I don't have to compete with anybody for the gear. Subcommands, recruit members. Ah, register via trust. There we go. Okay. Nice. Everybody's of insufficient item level. What? Shouldn't they just level with? Alright, so this is cool. I can literally choose anybody I want. You know, I've never actually played with Thancred. Okay, so these guys are all 81. Why are these guys 71?
My turn.
So definitely going to be... You know what? Yeah, let's go with the twins. Screw it. Or not. Well, then how would I get them of the right level? I don't have control over these guys. Level your trust for things. Oh, I didn't know you had a trust. Oh, dude, this is way more insane than I thought. These are the only two that could actually maybe go. No. Well, how do I level them up? I guess I'd have to do a lower level trust. Okay. Wow. That blows my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect this at all. Still insufficient. Oh, man, we'd have to go back to Shadowbringers. Wow, this is crazy. I refuse to use the top tier gear. Nope, we're not doing it. We're gonna do this the right way. hell's duty support? Below level 80. Register. I had no idea I had to level my trust. I mean, they must have mentioned it a million times to me, and I never paid attention, because of course I didn't. All right. Interesting. Ooh, I remember this one. Wrong button. Obviously, I don't need gear from this place, but, nah, it's just crazy, man. I've never seen this before. Man, level 71 summons is, way easier. I don't even have Phoenix right now, which is also crazy. Wrong one. Oh well. Doesn't even matter. Is the other trust system? I think it's for AR, Heaven's Word, maybe Stormblood. I love this dungeon music, by the way. Probably my favorite in the game. It's called to Fire and Sword, I think. Nice. Yeah, no, the music sounds really good. Shadowbringers was just, like, overall, everything was pretty solid in that freaking expansion. Hello. There we go. Don't know why I worry. He'll get them. Wonder how much XP they'll get for doing this one. Dude, I like this. I actually have to level up my NPC friends now. Like, that's a classic JRPG feeling to me. That's why I keep saying, like, yeah, you pay a monthly fee, but you could almost entirely play this game solo with the trust system in place. It is just so cool, man. Ingrid kind of just stood there and took that one. Like, were people actually leveling their characters like this? Well, today's stream is definitely going to be longer than I anticipated. Works for me. Though I'll admit, before I started the stream, I'm playing Scarlet Nexus again. And, well, I freaking love it. It's just such an amazing game. Started a new game with Kasane, the female character. Because I finished the game with Yuito, the male character, like... Actually, it was in 2021. It was August. Was when I actually finished that game. I wanted to do New Game Plus, but it required me to, you know, use a cleared save file, which of course, you know, naturally. And me being me, for whatever reason, I just want to keep the saved file untouched to keep the time there, the date there, all that stuff. Even when I fired it up and I actually wanted to do like some of this extra stuff after the fact, which is pretty cool. They do have like a lot of end game stuff, which is crazy for single player. No, get him off me. I was super confused as to what the hell I was supposed to be doing, or even, you know, how combat worked. And so I just started a new game. There might even be a trophy where I have to play as her. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm playing the game again without New Game Plus just to kind of be reminded as to how the mechanics of the game work. Like, all the materials that I get, I'm not entirely sure how to utilize them. I'm actually really confused by it, so I'm going through the game again to get the explanation as to how to utilize the materials that you pick up off of dead enemies. And how the combat's supposed to work. It's funny, I guess they only get XP at the end of the dungeon, right? That's my assumption with this.
Prepare yourself.
Because they're not leveling up now, so... Whoa. Oh, come on. I knew it was going to do that. I knew I was going to still get hit. That's so annoying. Oh, wow. Lucky me. Oh, I got hit. Damn it. Wasn't paying attention to that. Plus, I assume with the NPCs like Alphino, that he's probably got an endless supply of magicka, so... Or MP. I imagine. Oh. Uh-oh. Are they... Where are they going? Ah! Uh-oh. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm gonna get hit, though. Oh! I'm not. Holy crap. That was... close. Oh, nailed it. Look at that, huh? Boom. Get out of here. The treasure's all mine. I wonder if it'll actually... like, does it give me... Oops, wrong one. Does it give me class-specific armor anyway? Yeah, it does. Huh. I mean, it makes sense. I'm the only one here. You can now, yes. When you first started, not a chance. What was that a reply to? I can't remember. We'll look on the bright side. Because you are playing with NPCs, you aren't embarrassing yourself in front of people, not like when you're streaming. Alright, well, you know. It wouldn't be a good stream if I didn't embarrass myself, right? God. Sometimes you can be so mean. This will probably be the longest I actually go without a cutscene. And the best part is that the tank isn't dragging away the group before I have a chance to even cast a spell. Bring up the elephant in the room, Adam. The bit rate. What about it? I didn't even realize you wore glasses. The bit rate's at 4 megabits, the way it's always been. It's not my fault, dude. Frickin', if Spectrum wasn't such garbage, I would use a higher bit rate, but they're garbage, so there's nothing I can do about it. It's 4 megabits is the best that I've been able to go with. And besides, it's not a fast-moving shooter or anything. It's just the effects on screen are what really cause the bitrate or the picture to kind of plummet in quality. But other than that, just make Spectrum work. No, I'm not in charge. If I was in charge, my quality of service would be much higher. I'd give myself 20 megabits minimum of upload at no extra charge, because nobody uses upload. Oh, don't attack me. Think red, please. Ow. There you go. They made the game more single-player friendly now, but this is like Shadowbringers Onward Innovations. Yeah, I know, but it's like that's why that one day I asked, you know, how far back does the trust system go, and you said that it doesn't necessarily go back all the way to A Realm Reborn, which, you know, obviously makes sense. That early on, you probably expected to party up with other humans, but it'd be cool if you could play this solo from the beginning, you know? Oh, okay. So it's the same thing. All right. So duty support if you're ARR and Heavensward, like you said. And then after that, you want to use the trust system. I don't know why they have two different systems, to be honest, but... Damn, I chunked him down. I got a 5k crit there. A little late on that shield. I should have cast it before I actually got Titan out there, but oh well. My shield's gone. That didn't really hurt that much. Not that time for some reason. Think of it as a trust system is with the Scions and has a consistent party named characters, duty supporters like Ishgardian Dragon and Flame Soldier. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. So it's just like random NPCs. That would make sense. I guess, depending on how much XP they get at the end of this dungeon, we'll figure out whether or not I want to, you know, just get the gear that I've got, get the top end gear, and then just continue on. I would hate the fact that I have to then already, like, go with that gear, but... He always does that at the wrong time. Well, I wouldn't have my freaking shield up anyway. It was on cooldown. Sometimes I think you get like Estinian or someone, but the cast isn't consistent. I'm going to say a completely unrelated hot take. Adam, you ready? I miss old Praetorium. They reworked a lot of Aroma-born content. I don't know what that is. I don't think I ever actually played that. Ooh, I wasn't anywhere near them. Alright. Thancred, please. Oh, okay. So they reworked it? Why? Do you know, or did they not just give an answer? Is it like a balance reason? Like when he's about to use Ultima?
Prepare yourself.
Oh, okay. They're just going to come at me anyway. And it takes him 2 seconds. There we go. Pre-ultimate, I think we worked the ultimate fight, or at least the fight right after with La Habrea. So, well, I don't know if that would be enough to just make me want to go and do the main scenario quest dungeon thing, or duty finder. I don't know if I'd do that again. That is just way too long for like not much return. It is too bad though that they didn't like do more of those just to kind of like and then refine it a little bit, you know, improve upon it. Introduce useless garbage like relevant mechanics that are used all the way to Endwalker and actual engagement. Oh yeah, that's real. That's a real, what a crappy thing for them to do. You can kill Gaius before the cutscene. That's hilarious. I mean, if somebody's watching the cutscene. At this point, I mean, it would only be new players because everybody else knows what the hell happened. Oh. I didn't see that. I thought there was only one left. Didn't see that thing. Down my cutscene, he had like 10% health. Something, it was hilarious. I don't think, I never experienced that actually. Yeah, now that you're like elaborating on it, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, obviously. I did the Praetorium. If it's a main scenario quest, then, like you said, I would have had to do it. But now I know what you're talking about, yeah. I don't know why. Maybe I thought it was called something different. My memory, obviously, as you know, is terrible. I'll admit, this probably takes longer to do with NPCs than it does with people, just because of the fact that the tank can grab more when you're playing with other players. I do honestly though wish I had not wasted my money on the top tier gear, just because, I mean, you know, I could have gotten it. Naturally, you know. And I would have had to do this anyway. Oh, we gotta go away from it. He's aiming at me. Uh-oh. Probably not gonna get this before I have to run. Okay. Wow. I feel like if you don't get hit by some crazy freaking, you know, attack, it'd be kind of hard to die while playing with NPCs because they're not forgetful. You know, it's very easy for player healers to not pay attention. Oh, shit. Alright, well. I am constantly just getting hit by this crap. No, you don't. Not this time. And here we go again. But they're right there, so it shouldn't take them very long to get to me. That was much faster than the last time. Took no damage there. Boom. Hey, thing created 72. So they gained a level there. Oh my god, that kind of grind is going to take a long time. All of the AR stuff, by the time I started playing, you could just bulldoze. It was so easy, so I get why they reworked it. And also, it's nice they added real mechanics like the Aether Gauge thing. It does really teach you early some actually really useful things. I know the purple stand away from the center circle is in something now. That they retroactively added to AR stuff. Fair enough. You know, make the game a little bit harder at least. You know, something somewhat challenging. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, that's going to take a long time. I'm excited, though, because that's something extra to do after the fact. And, of course, we have transmog, so... I wanted to do it correctly, but... Well, I already bought the crap. I just hate the way it looks, so luckily I'll just transmog it. Did I give it to her? I don't know. Take approximately 20 runs if you gain a level per dungeon. I mean, that would be... Yeah, that would take a while. And six more... I do actually have more stuff to do, like edit and stuff. I have to edit the next podcast episode. Or I have to finish it, I should say. So I spent like, what, 4 hours yesterday editing it? I still have more to do, so... Okay, where are we looking here? Did I put it... I put it away, right? Did I put it in the saddlebag? Oh. I did. I did. There it is. Right, because then I could just grab it. Alright, well, let's go back there. You are right. I put it in the saddlebag because that was the smart thing to do. I still got to clear out my inventory. Like, really clear it out. I don't know if I'll get rid of all those crafting items, but I mean, I'm not exactly doing anything with the Disciple of the Hand. So it seems a bit silly to have all those items when I'm not even doing anything with it. It's just taking up all my space, but... Maybe I'll try and have my retainers resell that stuff on the market. And I would say I came crawling back, okay? More like meagerly stumbled. Oh, I should have gotten more... Damn it. I should have got more glamour stuff. Glamour crystals, whatever you want. Prisms. There you go. Alright, saddlebag. Okay. God, that looks so bad. That's just not a summoner to me. It doesn't look like a summoner at all. I got plenty of glamour prisms. I just don't have a lot of dispellers. So do I. I really need to start leveling my crafters and gatherers consistently so I can avoid filling it with level 26 30 something trash gear. If you set it as a glamour plate, then you can avoid the prisms completely. I know, but I'm out in the field, so... Plus, I have them, so I might as well just use them up. You are now. You were just in... Yes, yes. I know where I was. Shut up. I'm done with your snarkiness. Should I go in with NPCs? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to go in with NPCs. I don't know why I'm doing it through there. I can literally just go right here. All right. Here we go.
Right then.
Right then. Wait, hold on.
Right then.
Average item level 560, item level sync 600. Oh, these are 640, okay. Maybe it's the NPCs that are average item level.
Then.
There we go. Oh, damn it, dude. Why isn't it on commence? I swear to God, I'll smack you.
Together we shall overcome this. Together we shall overcome this. Make ready!
I didn't even realize I was muted. All right. Thank you. There's a new Alliance raid. I didn't see it in the list of quests in any of the patches. And obviously I can't look yet. Not until I'm out of the dungeon, but... Go away. Leave me alone. What I had said earlier, I guess while I was muted, I don't know, when the hell did I mute myself? I thought I... Anyway, I was wondering if there was any, like, dialogue that's going to happen during this dungeon, like there has been in previous ones. Since it is a story, focused dungeon. Oh. I mean, there's text dialogue, but I was kind of hoping for voice dialogue. No, don't touch me.
This will hurt.
Oh. Does that do damage? AoE damage?
Together we shall overcome this.
Looked like it did. If it does, great. I'm not gonna waste my summons on something with like no health. You can start it once you finish quests A Brother's Grief, I think in Charlayan from an NPC near the Baldessian Annex. Oh, is that a side quest? It's an unlockable, isn't it? It's one of those blue quests. I still have a bunch of those to do, so... so need to worry about it right this second. Good. Well, I'll definitely unlock it when the time comes. Let's get this. Oops, I keep forgetting to do that. Though, to be fair, I don't know. I don't think that changes to an AoE attack. Even if you use the AoE spell. I don't think. I mean, it only hits one target, but then again, I mean, the fragments could break off and hit, you know. Alliance raids are unlockables, I think. The exception is Crystal Tower, which was retroactively made mandatory because Shadowbringers. I feel like the Crystal Tower was mandatory from the beginning, though. Like, I always had to do it, I think. Like, you have... Well, maybe not the raid itself, I guess. But there was, like, a version of it. For the story purposes. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been such a long time. Oh, good. I'm in the right spot. Maybe. Yep. Dude, Titan is so cool. I'm gonna stay by Urianger. Dude, can he just, like, zip on wherever he wants to around the map? Around the arena? Because he kind of just went from there to there. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's one of these things where we have to kind of, like... yep, follow these guys. Just keep following them, Adam. Don't think about it. Just follow them. You'll get it eventually. Yeah, man, we've been so focused on the story in the last few months. I've forgotten a lot about, like, a lot of the things about this game, like Alliance raids being unlockables and stuff like that. You know, it's just...
Allow me.
I'm second in DPS. I figured that one out. I mean, that's a typical one right there. There are times where I wish Bahamut was a normal summon and not just one you can only call in every 30 seconds or something like that. He's my favorite summon. Dude, is that another freaking... It is. Look at that. And it wasn't even my class. I thought I got class stuff if I brought in an NPC group. That sucks. I think by the time you get to it, it may have been mandatory, but I was assured that it was not always. It predates me. Oh. Then maybe, yeah. I mean, well... That's the thing, though. Like, I didn't do it until later, so I don't know. Maybe it was like a part of it was mandatory. I remember specifically a quest requiring us to go in there, so I think something in the Crystal Tower wasn't necessarily the raid, but the Crystal Tower itself was a mandatory quest. Well, if you like to suffer, there's a built-in New Game Plus. Yeah, I know that. Which isn't that crazy? Since when has an MMO ever just been like, hey... You want to play the story again? Here's a New Game Plus. Like, that's nuts, dude. Like, if you just wanted to do what I actually might do, which is, remember the lore of it all? I used to do that. I came this close to getting World of Warcraft back because I got a small boost of confidence, thanks to another YouTuber who, referenced my series with World of Warcraft. And I did think about it. I'm like, man, I really would like to get back to that just because, you know, the story behind World of Warcraft is very fascinating. There's a lot of great stuff there when it comes to the lore, but I can't pay for 2 MMOs. It's a lot. So, but I did think about actually doing it with Final Fantasy XIV. You know, starting the series up for that. So I don't know. Yeah, you love a good... I love a good Bahamut too. I wish we saw Bahamut 0. I believe that was... Yeah. That's my favorite summon from Final Fantasy VII. We've never seen him ever again, as far as I can tell. I played every Final Fantasy, and I've not seen Bahamut 0 ever again, which really sucks. He'd be a great summon. As it was called in the last, at least one of the early Final Fantasies. That is kind of nuts. Even more nuts, they think I want to do ARR again. Yeah, that was the longest portion of the game, isn't it? Like, neither of the expansions really come close to the amount of time it takes to play through the Realm Reborn. I remember that was almost a year ago now, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, it was actually. It was when Jeremy and I were in Boston for St. Patty's Day, so it's already past the year. I was so excited. I was like, "Damn, I'm gonna pick that series back up again," and then I just never did because I was already paying for this. And I'm like, I mean, that's a lot of money, and I'm really just invested in Final Fantasy XIV. Not that I wouldn't be invested in just playing World of Warcraft for the sake of the lore, but that's a lot. And I'm talking like every section of the map I'm going in, every quest. Because every quest has a story. But since I'm already paying for Final Fantasy XIV, I could do it with this. You know, I haven't touched any of the side quests except for the blue quest markers. Not Bahamut, Bahamur. Oh, I thought you just mistyped because A, R, and T were right next to each other. I think it was Final Fantasy 2 or 3 where Summoner Bahamut summon was typoed. Was it really? Oh my god. I actually haven't played through 2 and 3 yet, so... I started number 2 on the PSP because I really like the PSP versions of those games, Final Fantasy 1 and 2. It just looks nicer. I might have to download the PSP emulator. Detected confirming bearer's identity. I'm gonna have to turn on the air conditioner because it was nice earlier. Oops, it was really nice earlier. It was like 60 degrees. It had a cool breeze and stuff. And now it's just like it's skyrocketed to 80 degrees. I don't want the air conditioner on, but I'm gonna have to do it if I want to survive. Ah, sharks!
This will hurt.
Does this turn AoE? Yeah, it does. Well, I mean... I'm gonna have to try and see if it's actually dependent on which ability I use, which would be very clever of them. Oh, it's not too far away. It's right there, stupid. Darbar Ring of Fending. That's definitely not for me. Why am I getting non-class specific stuff? Like, if it's just me and a bunch of NPCs, I should be getting class specific things. Not just sharks, land shark. Yeah, that's even scarier. Unrecognized ethereal signature, brazen thief. You will proceed no further. Well, too bad. Because we're about to. He's going to pull in the fish life here. Oh, I screwed up that freaking combo. Whoops. What the... oh, right. Killed him.
You underestimate me.
Dude, these fishes are buttholes, man.
Make ready.
He pulled the entire ocean in here.
Something special for you. Be gone. Be gone.
Whoops. Let's try this. Hold on. There's the single target. Oops. Yeah, so then I hit the multi-target, and... yeah, okay, so it depends on... that's pretty clever. Depending on which ability you use, it'll become single or multi-target. I thought that'd be, like, a bit weird if you had it only be single target. Oh boy. Because it uses the loot pool. You're not a real sub. Shut up. Uses the loot pool, Adam. You think they're going to make it so you are assured relevant loot? Pshaw. Well, you know what, Hoffman? A guy can dream, can't he? Dude, I must be getting popular in the YouTube algorithm because I keep getting these bots coming in here. It's not as frequent as Twitch, that's for sure. Chris has had to deal with the stupid Twitch bots for a while now, but so has everybody else. But it's the same thing every single time. I don't understand it. Like, it's never anything different. It's just that same stupid line. It's so dumb.
You underestimate me.
Oops, I moved. Boom, dude, it's such a cool freaking entrance, man. Speaking of segues, Adam, did you utilize the rice and not yet, not yet. I was gonna actually cook up some I was gonna make some butter pasta last night. And or butter spaghetti, I suppose, would be the, because it was spaghetti, but I just ended up making something simple. I just needed to eat something. Oh god, it's a king crab. That's definitely a king's crown.
This will hurt. You underestimate me.
But no, I looked at them yesterday and I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, the rice is not going to go bad. The potatoes I definitely have to use at some point, though, because they will start to grow extra limbs. I was kind of hoping for some voice dialogue during this, you know, because it's part of the quest line, but why are you using the limit break now? I'm gonna follow these guys. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. Aha! Damn. I mean, I'm not sure why Estinian moved there. He wasn't really in danger. Ow! Okay. Alright, I'm dead. Oh, what the hell, man? I was even watching. I still didn't understand what the hell was going on. The Fall Guys event in Gold Saucer is a thing until the 10th. It was actually pretty fun, and the rewards include 2 different crowns to wear, so I played some matches. Might as well break now, I suppose. They're NPCs, they just want to lock in damage, not look cinematic. Well, I mean, the limit break doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, so it's like, you know, that's why you wait till it's got like a sliver of health left, and then, you know. Yeah, I forgot the Fall Guys event was going on. But yeah, I figured I got a couple of chicken thighs that are ready in the fridge. I thought them out yesterday. I'll cook up the pasta, throw in like a stick of butter, because I watched Josh Weissman make this up, and I'm like, wow, that was way better than actually putting butter on after the fact. You put it on in the pot, let it melt, and just keep mixing it in with the pasta. It becomes... I don't think he added anything extra to it. The butter just became thickened. I think he added some of the pasta water in with it to kind of, you know, help with thickening or something like that, but... Like, he just kept making sure that he was stirring the pasta with the butter, and it just looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. And I figured, you know what? I'll cook up the chicken, throw that in with it, and we got ourselves a freaking solid dish there. And sadly, yesterday I started the no sugar for 6 months plan that I've got going on here. So... for the next 6 months, I will have no added sugar, just natural sugar. I looked up, you know, if maple syrup had sugar, was okay. Like, was it a healthy sugar, like, you know, something out of a fruit or something like, you know, honey? It is, but the pancake mix that I have has added sugar in it, so I can't have pancakes, which is very unfortunate. But, you know, what are you going to do? Beggars can't be choosers. I chose to do this, and I'm going to stick to it. Luckily, I found a no sugar added liquid creamer, because I looked up the reason why people seem to think that, you know, powdered creamer, plain powdered creamer is bad for you. And... it's because it has trans fats in it, even though they don't list the trans fats. It's mostly because if it's under like half a gram of trans fats, then they aren't legally required to report it as having trans fats, even though there's like, what is it, like soybean oil or something in it? Like a dried soybean oil. So, and I'm like, wow, that's a really shitty thing to do. They can still legally... not label it as having trans fats, even though trans fats are in it. And trans fats, of course, are really bad for, I think, your heart health. So I'm like, wow, that's a really crap thing to do. The fact that they can still label it as not having it, even though it is in it. And I'm like, well, then I'm done using powdered creamer. But luckily, Nestle sells a sugar-free, which is so strange that Coffee Mate's standard version, like literally plain, no flavor or anything like that, still has sugar in it. And I'm like, but it's not supposed to have any flavor. Like, it doesn't have any flavor in it. Why does it have sugar in it? And Nestle has a sugar-free version, and it actually, when you taste it, it actually still tastes like it's somewhat sweet. Very minor sweetness to it, but it's still sweet enough. Add a little bit of honey with that, and it kind of enhances the flavor of the creamer. But I was really disappointed because I really like the powdered creamer, but it's not good for you. Really, really not good for you.
You underestimate me.
Also, Huff, I forgot to actually ask you when you talked about the bitrate. Are you watching in 1440p? Because that's the reason why I use such a low bitrate, because, oh my god, dude. Because it doesn't really get affected too much when you put it at the higher resolution. Not too much. You can obviously still see it, but it's not as prominent as on something like 1080p. You would think it would be less prominent on 1080p, but... I'd add the pasta water as well, yeah. If you had some broccoli that'd go good in there, or mushrooms, oh man. Both of them, really, would be great. I used to have broccoli, but I left it in the freezer too long, and it didn't look good. Counterpoint, Adam, you should be embracing trans fats because it's Pride Month. Oh my... Oh man, that was a good one. That's like a dad joke, but darker. Nestle sucks. I hate that company. Well, they were the... I looked all over the shelf. They were the only coffee creamer that had zero sugar in it that I saw. I mean, there's probably some like almond based creamer, but you know, almond stuff, almond milk's fine, but like it's not real milk. You know, it's not milk. They shouldn't call it that. Almond juice. There is no ethical consumption in capitalism and thought it was a slogan. Not even 144p. No, 1440p, not 144. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I just think that they used the limit break too early as NPCs, but that's okay. It's whatever. I'm not gonna work. I'm just used to, you know, the way people work with it. They tend to not use it until the very end, so, you know.
Allow me.
$18,000? Wow. Okay. I didn't expect that kind of freaking hit. Oops, wrong one. Oh well.
This will hurt.
Oh, you bastard.
Allow me.
So I noticed the limit break every little boss if they can, because it is technically speaking free damage. Yeah, it is. Like you said, a real person wouldn't have bothered. Yeah, I mean, they basically, like, you know, people will save it till the last boss and not use it on every boss. It's like, well, I don't know why, because it's there. You might as well use it, right? Because that's the way I figured. It's like it should come back in a reasonable amount of time for the last boss. But when you think about it, 3 bars, when it's up to 3 bars you have to fill up, I can see why people would want to save it, just because that may not even happen during the last boss. You might get a bar and a half, maybe. So that's why they'd want to save it till the last boss. Which I totally understand, but at the same time, it's like, dude, I mean, use it. Like you said, it's free damage. Oh, bunch of mimics. What the hell? Okay, all right. I see how it is. I looked at those treasure chests. I'm like, oh, it's too bad they're not... You can't, like, get anything out of those. No, because they're mimics. How dare they?
Allow me.
I miss Gideon Emery as Urianger. It is too bad they either couldn't or didn't bring him back. Maybe they felt as though he wasn't exactly right for the part, which is maybe, I guess. This new guy he's been quite good, so maybe that's the reason why they didn't bring him back. But either that or they couldn't afford him. I don't know. He's like one of the most popular voice actors in the industry, so maybe they couldn't afford to bring him back. But it's Final Fantasy XIV. I'm sure Square Enix could afford to bring him back. They probably just didn't want to because he probably didn't fit the part. I liked him because I like him. I like the actor. He's so good. It's one of my favorites. To be honest, I think he might be my favorite voice actor in the industry. I love Nolan North, Troy Baker, whatever, but Gideon Emery is like, he's been in a lot of games just like those two, and I don't know. I don't know if too many people have really recognized him. Like, not like I do, but... So I know AR Voice Actors was under a different agency, which they no longer work with. Oh, well then that might be the reason too. Oh, doesn't he look colorful? Ooh. Nice sword. Ooh, materia. So at least I can get some materia out of this. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ow. What is that? Damage dealt is increased. Interesting. Ooh. Perfect placement. Never mind. Oh, what the hell, dude? I didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. But I got lucky. Very interesting. Dude, the color. The hell is happening right now? These guys are going over here, so I'm going to follow them.
Allow me.
That was close. That was close. I nailed it, though. Might as well be right in front of him when this happens. This part doesn't seem too difficult. Well, okay. Then he starts doing that. Ow. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. Ow. Oh, it's a lot longer than I anticipated. I was thinking it was going to be just as short as the first time, but it was not.
You underestimate me.
I imagine all the effects coming at the camera really giving YouTube's algorithm a work. Savage aim materia, nice if you're a ranged physical, I think. Yeah, it's not useful to me, but it's nice knowing I could potentially get some materia. It is a neat mechanic. The Fall Guys event has that weird aiming spin on, I think, the first map. Dude, yeah, I was actually kind of excited for the Fall Guys stuff because I'm not a big fan of the game, personally, but I thought it was a cool idea for them to bring it into Final Fantasy XIV. Because I'm like, that's the only way you'll catch me playing Fall Guys. And it looks like a ton of fun in here. Cutscene.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
It's a good thing I muted the mic when I did. Some asshole just came ripping by on his motorcycle or something.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Of course, as soon as I get up to go turn on the air conditioner, I have to make a decision. Sealing away what, exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Well, that's interesting. Not a treasure. Some sort of gateway. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. So, I didn't look at the other dialogue options. Was there one to Busty Shola's balls? Because I completely missed it. That's hilarious. I'm going to make sure I look for the other two. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. They're still... Oh, man, that would have been good. I think this is voiced. It looks like it.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale was not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I thought our time had come.
As did I. Were it not for Une and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the Void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether? Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. and now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
It's always dragons and their treasure.
I wish only to forget the rest.
I'm assuming Ashdaya has been mentioned before. I do not recall. Because everybody seemed to be surprised when he mentioned her. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handedly destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary, much as I retain spare vessels for myself. We keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razatan. That's kind of hilarious. We just destroyed the freaking guardians that... It's like, damn it, now I gotta replace these guys? Thanks a lot. Wait, Vritra's a girl? I thought it was a guy. Oh. I'm like, wait a second. Like, that's one deep voice for a lady. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oops. Kind of caused a stir a little bit here. Ah, I got you. It wasn't us. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. You will do as you're told, boy. With that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional yet? It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magic. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics, could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once the sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void scent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? I could just put this on Estinian. I'm going to do that. It was all Estinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? It's like her iconic move, tapping her face with her fist. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Luperits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlayan as well. Mistress Kyle was eager to speak with you about the request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. An adjustment to the sentence didn't make it cut. The Thavnanian alchemists were really just built differently. I mean, yeah. All he did was say, hey, try and figure out a way to contain this, and they figured it out. Like a ball of energy is just sitting in a dungeon. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. What man would want to be rid of that woman? Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. What? Got like a whole quest line that they just told us about? There's a permanent gate. They certainly are something. That's an alliance quest? Oh. Difficult part is in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. I should have said anything to make up for the contract we broke. Thank you, Valtamont. Valtamont and I are in this together. I will follow his example. They're really skimping on the gill. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh, here we go with creepypasta. It might as well be. I know that armor. Are you kidding me? It's not voiced? I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yes, we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch his fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Is this going to be the villain for the next expansion? I can't imagine they'd have us deal with such a imposing foe in a patch. That would be a bit underwhelming. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Valtamont, you are to visit Akyali and Yedlimad, speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palika's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant's Gall grounds. I didn't expect you to, Huff. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. I expect you to let me experience it, as you know. For a second there, I thought I spawned in on my mount. I'm like, I didn't have a behemoth as a mount. Chosen as a mount, I should say. Though I'm not really disappointed that if he's not introducing a patch, it would just make no sense to me for them to do that. If he's the next boss of the next expansion, then cool. But we'll see. It would just be strange if he was introduced in a post-expansion patch. Oh, Valtamon, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Pretty much all the 13th is either a Final Fantasy 3 or 4 reference. I think the Cloud of Darkness in Xande was 3. I think the post-Endwalker stuff is 4. Yeah, I was not entirely clear on what they were talking about. I don't recall hearing anything about the 13th. We know the source and we know the first. That's it. But I didn't want to say anything for fear of looking stupid again. I just accepted it and moved on. Those are games I have yet to actually play and finish. I played a little bit of 3 on my DS back in the day. And a little bit of 4 on my PSP, but that's about it. Greetings and welcome, travelers. If this is your first visit to Thabnir, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost you, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing it from me. I am not Estinian. Estinian? Who is it? Ah! You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. 13th, they explain a few hundred hours in-game ago, is that the Ascians jumped the gun by rejoining, on the rejoining stuff and accidentally drowned in the 13th in darkness. Okay. So everyone in that shard is a void sent. Think the exact opposite of the first, which was almost overcome completely with light and had the Sin Eaters. Oh, okay. So 13th is just another realm, but it's opposite of the first. How fares the port? Well, that was a question. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Khalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. We've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varshan awaits your report at Megaduta. I don't know. I see. Well, it'll be an interesting experience fighting them. Basically what you're saying is they're just sin eaters, just opposite. So everything's just opposite of the first. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of XIV were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. XIV has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yedlamad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Ah, yes, that kid. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Valtamont, Asinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. Made aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Of course. It takes a village.
Of course, we must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadar's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kalzal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavner, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Imagine if real politics played out this simply. It took them 20-minute conversation, they figured something out, and now they're putting it into motion. Real simple.
See to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
You know, instead of taking months to make something happen.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Absolutely. If we only had a dragon in charge. No, it's dumb how difficult it seems to be for our politicians to just come up with a solution to our problems. If you have the money, you have the budget in place for certain things, just make up your minds and go. Quit trying to deliberate over laws and, oh, is this good for the people or is it good for our pockets? Started playing Taikudon. Never even heard of that. Yeah, right. Nobody would argue with a dragon. What's up, Chris? I'm gonna take a quick break, get some more water. I'll be right back. Oh, I thought I recognized that name. Okay, I get it now. Now, in case you never did it in the past, but all the hub areas are remixes of main theme of a main theme to the expansions. I think this one is Flow. Like the music? Oh, you know what's really disappointing? I was gonna, along with the pasta that I was gonna make yesterday, which I'm making tonight, I was gonna have those fries that I was telling you about. I mean, I know it's the song. It's the same theme, but, I just assumed they did that because, you know, different area, put a little spin on it. Did you guys know that frozen French fries have added sugar in them? Like, why? Why do French fries have sugar in them? Starch is not sugar. Not that I remember. I could be wrong. But last time I checked, fries don't need sugar in them. I don't know why there's added sugar in the fries, but it's a good thing they're frozen, otherwise they go to waste. Thank you for putting forth Kazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Ishtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before I assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. She's considered an Archon? As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Okay, this is what. Oh, damn it. Bridging the rifts. Alright, so this is fourth to the last. I don't have that one. Good lord. Might as well go get that one while we're at it. Below a certain temp, the starch will start to turn into glucose or sugar, I believe. Don't quote me on this. Yeah, but they're frozen French fries. I don't know. That just really pissed me off, though. I'm like, wow. So these fries are going to be in here for a while. Well, like I said, it's a good thing they're frozen. I mean, does that mean I shouldn't... Does it mean I wasted money on the small potatoes? Some of the expansion, you think? Well, we're done with the expansion. Now we're into the patches. We finished the expansion last Sunday. Which, by the way, Huffman, I don't know if you noticed... Let me just make sure I get the exact number here. That almost 12-hour stream has 125 views. Who's watching a 12-hour stream? Or even putting it on in the background. That's a long video for people to just sit there and listen to or watch. Well, no, but like, how would they know the sugars? I mean, unless they know in advance, which they probably would, that sugar's formed below a certain temperature, but I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, Matthew. Got nothing done, but I continue the story a bit, getting shifty.
Right, here we all are.
discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir.
It was a bit rude of him to talk to her like that.
Before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
I don't remember going to the 13th. Unless we're talking about the end of Endwalker. So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Hint, hint.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a Voidsent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made Voidsent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void sent.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
with Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
I mean, it's been a long time since I've done the Crystal Tower. I'm assuming you're talking about the raid, so my memory about that is, well, we needn't keep spouting the same sentence over and over again. We know I suck at remembering things. At this point, I should just be like, you know what I'm going to say about that? I'm telling you right now, this music makes me want to go and get some Indian food at Spice Malabar. Oh, she's an old Charlene. Okay. I was like, for some reason I thought it was here. I don't know why. We just spoke of Numenon. But that's a buffet. It's not like a takeout, so. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? Will that be the old dude? No one springs to mind? What if Scarlark... Yeah, that guy. I don't know how to say his name. He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. You're still in a company, blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's the first guy that came to my mind. I don't know why my character didn't think of it. What a dummy he is. What a stupid head dummy. Also, Chris, I don't know if you're still here, but even though I think I was editing our podcast for like 4 or 5 hours last night. So one way or another, I wouldn't have been able to join you for No Man's Sky anyway. But I gotta be honest, I've not been feeling No Man's Sky lately. I think it's mostly because of the fact that, like, I'd rather just play the missions, you know, instead of, like, build stuff. Building... I haven't really been into building type games since Minecraft, and that was, like, I don't know, almost 10 years ago. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't appeal to me at the moment, you know, like in Fallout 4. I never even once... It's not once. I did try it, but I never really expanded on doing the building aspect of Fallout 4, you know. Yeah, but my missions are like way off from yours. I'm nowhere. I barely even started the game. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Sois took him in off the streets, he was put into the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous magical childhood nonetheless. Trying anyway. Need to get materials and stuff, which is a pain. Realistically, I'm not very far ahead. Maybe only like 5 hours of missions. Yeah, but still. You're ahead. You know, when Berdrag told you that the oranges had to be picked now or they'll go to waste and then tasked you with harvest... Yes. Surely you didn't forget that timeless quest. Yeah, Now, am I lying about that quest or not, Adam? No, it wasn't... It wasn't oranges, was it? I don't know, dude. Don't ask me. I barely remember the name Berdrag. Ah, visitors. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scarlark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh. No furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Huff and I don't care. You're just doing this because my memory sucks. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Damer has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha ha ha! Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Lavier estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulge an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scarlark. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Yeah, but 14 is like unending. At least it feels unending. You know? No Man's Sky has a beginning and end. It just takes a while to get there. This one is just like A Realm Reborn's storyline is the longest in the entire game. It'll take you, what, like 100 hours to get through that, I think? I remember a main scenario quest where a guy is like, you adventure types aren't here to help. If you were, you'd help me gather these plums or something, and then you have to gather plums. So stupid. Is that like a side quest, or is that like an actual main... Oh, wait, you just said main scenario quest. I don't remember that. But then again, you say it was stupid, so why would I remember that? It's a bit strange for a main scenario quest. That's more like a side quest thing. Oh, well, then I'm never going to remember that. That is so far back. Ah, Master Valtamont, Mr. Sistola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. That's right, you bow to this woman. Well, well. Amelians? I think it's, that's how you pronounce it. I think I'll just call her Amelie. Would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed, you have my full attention. Oh, now he's a nice guy. We saved the world and now he takes us seriously. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scarlark Monty, we'll call him Monty. Montashane, there you go, got it. Expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for a good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Ooh, good words. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forums must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Charlene has to give you a lot of slack because you did save the world and they are somewhat responsible by not telling you about the final days. True. They are the douches who didn't tell us. It'll be interesting when the day comes where there are going to be no more quest markers on any of the maps for me. Like, all side quests will be finished and all that. Yeah, it'll just be crazy to see. I imagine this isn't voiced. See? So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Chalayan and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. Well, they better be reminded of that. We didn't do it for nothing. I'll believe that day when I see it. Oh, you'll see it. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye, but that's very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. I did the same thing again. Because it's a cutscene, I go to the cutscene scene and I mute myself, thinking, oh yeah, you know, it's a habit. You could read. Oh, damn it. She unfollowed. What? Oh, it's because I changed areas. Got it. Got it. Guess I have to run here. was not the right way to go, I don't think. No, it was not. I don't know why I went there. I'm an idiot. That is a lie and you know it. Because I know for a fact that when the picture is stationary, you can see everything just fine. I could be streaming at 720p, you'd still be able to read it. Don't give me that. I will end you. I guess I could have actually teleported to there. Oh well, whatever. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known that Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Clearly, yes. Archon is stolen, guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes. Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Good thing I'm not a black mage.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Huffman, are you saying you're a ghost? A ghost? Art thou a demon? Some jazzy tune right here. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. Eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be all you're seeking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. A weighty tome, a leather-bound log. I'll give him a log. Let's go for this one, because I guarantee you it's going to be like, oh, the last one you pick is the right one. It's probably still going to do that anyway. Oh, Epiphanies of House Damer. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift spanning apertures as devised by NEWFOUND, the 9th patriarch of House Damer. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlaine's studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. If you have located the forbidden tome volume you seek, you still need to make the final confirmation. Well, from what I read, it is, so... Have something you'd like to show me, do you? I apologize. Or my apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. That's okay, that's what I'm here for. I'll confirm such baseless and frankly insulting insinuation that I may not be among you mortals. I mean mortals. Well done, Valtamont. I think you may have found our prize. But of course I did. I'm the chosen one.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
All the fuss, all the muss.
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Void Sent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Oh, what? That was weird. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Damer project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. What are you going to do? Chew my ankles? If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnair and look for her at the Great Work. I figured that's who we were going to go see. Oh, I know what I was going to look at. I'm an idiot. This is third to the last quest. While we were in that cutscene, I went to Twitter to see, well, just to see anything. And some idiot posted a single video clip from the Marvels movie where he's like, basically saying, I don't understand all the hate this movie got, because it has some of the best camera work I've seen in a Marvel movie. And it's like a lot of people were saying, he's like, he was saying he didn't think it was a bad movie, and they were like, everybody else in the comments was like, it was a bad movie. Little camera work doesn't change the fact that it was bad. And I'm like, I left a reply saying, I hope your clickbait content farming was worth making yourself look like a fool. But to each their own, I guess. So stupid. The numbers don't lie. It was a bad movie, one way or another. This is definitely not voiced. Y'shtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. Yeah, I'm about to get off Twitter at some point. I swear to God, I will. I'm gonna delete my account and just be done with it, because I'm just like, my timeline is filled with nothing. Nothing that I'm interested in, and it's just constant stupidity. But again, I really use it just to announce things, and yeah, sometimes I'll engage with some retard online, but what are you gonna do? I have a few things to say about certain things. I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Most important reason I'm keeping Twitter is because of Extra Life. That's really I guess the main reason why I haven't deleted my account yet. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Damer. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand. I can hardly wait to read it. Yeah, Chris, we've had this conversation. In our most recent podcast, which will be out soon. I can concentrate my unbridled hatred and toxicity to hear. Oh, good. Just where we want it. To think that Damer were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Mach Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Damer project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlayan trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the Great Work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlayan's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. Was that the ascetics? The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditation. The ascetics, I guess. The whatever. And the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of aether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. I think the second word you said was correct. Ascetics? Believe me, Huff, I want to get out, but I probably would be out if Extra Life didn't end up following me. Like, they followed me back. That ain't no small feat in my book, dude. A major company like that following me. I know they follow probably most every Extra Lifer out there, but I don't think they were following me this whole time. I'm pretty sure they started following me recently. Like maybe within the last year or two, and I only found out this year. So it's pretty cool. But, you know, pretty much anything I do on Twitter can be done on YouTube. You know, I can write a post and people can comment on it and stuff like that. I did actually, I threw YouTube, which, you know, I'm sure they ignore a lot of requests, but I threw YouTube a request to make posts. Oops, I am going the wrong way. To make posts more like, am I going the wrong way? I don't understand. There's a huge... Am I just seeing things here? No, I'm not. There's the gap. Or the cliff, if you will. I want to let me jump off. I'm not going to die. I do have to... Forget it. I'm just going to fast travel over there. I sent them a request or a suggestion on Twitter saying they should turn posts into more into blogs. It'd be nice to like actually have my blog back, but have it be on my YouTube channel. That'd be awesome. Then I could write again, and you know, because blogs, I could write blogs. I think it's a cap of like 5,000 words or characters. Is it characters? Which is a lot. Probably not enough for a huge blog post, but it's a lot. But blogs also allow you to insert images in the article, which is what I'd like to do to, you know, break up the monotony of a wall of text. I used to do it on my website, and I enjoyed it. But yeah, they never responded to that, so I doubt that'll ever happen. I mean, the cool thing is I could get rid of Instagram and Twitter and still have the same functionality on YouTube, because on YouTube, on the posts, you can post images. So if I wanted to, I could definitely get rid of Twitter and Instagram and just be on YouTube, which is the ultimate goal. I'd like that to be the case. However, oh, there it is. However, I find it difficult because I don't think Extra Life has a YouTube channel, or do they? I don't know. Oh, they do. They do have a YouTube channel. But, you know, YouTube's not considered... I don't know. Would you think YouTube is considered a social platform? It kind of is. Oh, go away, monkey. This combat music is actually really good. I guess it would be considered a social platform, or a social networking platform, but not to the same respect as something like Twitter and Instagram. Yeah, of course I'm missing the Aether Currents. I haven't bothered with that at all. I can just fast travel anyway. A little light travel is not going to kill me. If there's one place I know you can get the ear of a multi-billion-dollar company corporation for ideas and suggestions, it's a social media post. Yeah, but I'm a nobody, so my suggestion just probably went in one ear, out the other. Do you have that flask for me? Not at all. I drank it all. I was thirsty on the way back. Speaking of water. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Valtamont. You're quite welcome, mistress. I think I would need... yeah, quick tongue. Spell speed. Void Theory is second to last? Yes. Obviously, it'll end with the in-game achievement, newfound adventure. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready for Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Wah, 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 wah. Imagine if you could drink it. Get to her and you get the dialogue option of sorry I was thirsty, and she just eye boggles and tells you if you didn't have the blessing you'd be dead or something else. I mean, you know, she wants to get a little rough. I'm literally twice her height. I could throw her around like a rag doll. She'd probably like it. She's a saucy lady. The ship is yours to command. Thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Asdal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. I remember we were here fighting a boss.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
She's asking me about a warding. I don't know. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian. Yeah.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough.
I made her laugh. That's my goal. All I care about. I do like making the ladies laugh.
A lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I can't remember. Did they say they were...
Like the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
were they also... did they mention they were also improving the textures on their clothing with 7.0?
And cloudbank form. From mountain spring and rainfall storm. From river flow and life be born. Water, froth and foam!
What the hell was that? That was not her voice. That was weird.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
She made foam familiars.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
I don't know if you guys can see it. Probably not, but...
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption.
Sometimes if the camera's up close to something, I can see the seams in the texture.
Your Excellency?
Or the model.
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I think this is the other moment you were talking about. Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
I'd like to see you try. I have my own summons.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
They should put those two in foam stars. Yeah. Why did it turn like all Halloween music on us? a weird music choice, wasn't it? Oh man, this game is funny.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Al-Zidal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Whew!
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
I'm not a unicorn, that's a traditional summoner headpiece. It's a summoner horn. Don't you know anything about freaking Final Fantasy, Chris?
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation.
It is a summoner horn!
It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Pretty sure you said that before, Chris. I mean, it was either you or Walks, but could have been you. I do want someday to have some expansions about going to all the other shards. Maybe you'll get the chance to meet and maybe fuse with the other shards of Azam. Is it as in tradition, Huffman? Oh, I certainly said it before. Yeah, I know you did. I thought it was you. Okay. So last one, here we go. It's probably not voiced. Yeah, didn't think so. Once Nitana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. No, you get back here right now! Where are you going? Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? The Alligans. Perhaps they once did, but availing ourselves of Alligan insights tends to be an involved process in and of itself. Nay, I believe a more straightforward approach is in order, consulting with the engineers of Garland Ironworks. Damn it, I was so close. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralgar's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Wow, we haven't been to We haven't been to Ralgar's Reach since, like, Stormblood, I think. I haven't done a hunt in a long time either. There's a lot I haven't done in a while. Like, my freaking, what's that little army that I can go back to Limsa Lominsa and send out on missions and stuff? I haven't done any of that in a while. Valtamont, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Cid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. It does feel like a who's that Pokemon guess. Look at that blobby shadow. I've got no ambient occlusion under my feet. Hopefully that's something else they intend to address with the update. Just refining all the graphics. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Medion and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. I just realized my book is see-through. Do you guys see that? It's cut out. How the hell is it a book? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on the surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. So we just wrap it in aluminum foil and call it a day? We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero had compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the designs just to be sure. If only it were such an ordeal to convince him to... If it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Cid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Ninhada is getting on with the mock Atomos. Is the game gonna teleport me back to the great work for free just like it did with this? No, of course not. Why would it do that? That's rude. Making me spend money when it could have just teleported me like it did, like it teleported me here.
The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
To protect them well, you must take heart.
and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzadhan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnir for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care, and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Okay. Yeah, I saw a little bit of Soul Mask while Shroud was playing it. Yeah. PAX Day was the only one that kind of looked good to me. That was a while ago that they showed that one off, though. Haven't seen much on it lately. You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vreetra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seemed disinclined to adventure into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief be nursed for Redatosker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vreetra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other formal scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. But I will admit, I'm personally getting a little bit tired of all the multiplayer online live service games. It's becoming a bit daunting, to say the least. You know, they want all of our attention on all these different games, and it's just like, dude, there's just not enough time in the world for any of this crap. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ajdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Valtamont, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. I think I was getting... I think it was critical hit? I don't know. Whatever. I could use either one of those. Oh, another cutscene. Yep. Meanwhile, in the 13th... It's the Grim Reaper!
Unless I am returned. To be swallowed, bereft of saviors.
Forgot to turn off notifications. Oh well. Got a trophy. There you go. And with that, that is the end of patch 6.1. Pretty good. We got a new mystery on our hands. A lot more in depth than I expected. Than just a simple treasure hunt. So this is going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to find out who the hell the Grim Reaper was. The armor on the Black Knight looks familiar. I don't know if I could quite put my finger on who it might be. It could be somebody we don't even know, but we'll have to wait until Friday to find out. Now, Friday, I'm going to try, and she kind of looks like a Greek goddess or something. I'm going to try and actually do as much as I can, unlike this past Friday where I was only able to sit here for 2 hours, mostly because I was sitting, well, my back hurt. But this took us about, this whole patch together with Friday took us about 6 hours. So, perceivably, I could finish the entirety of the next patch on Friday, and it'll take me till like 2 in the morning. But we'll see. We'll see how far I want to go with that, because I don't really want like Sunday's stream to be like super short. But you know, we'll see what happens. Depends on the patch, of course, and how long each quest really is. But I want to thank everybody for joining me today, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And if you're watching this on the VOD later, thank you so much for joining me, giving me your time and attention as always. And please join me again tomorrow night, where we'll continue with Stellar Blade. I can't wait, because I'm really excited to play that game more. I never really want to stop, but hey, we've got limitations because we have reasons. We want it to be extensive across multiple days. So, 7 o'clock tomorrow night, more Stellar Blade. I hope to see you guys there. But, until then, I'm Adam Wolf, this is Final Fantasy XIV, and I'll see you guys later.